Stacey, was it?
Yeah.
It's actually one that I think might now prevent Trossard from continuing. He's down receiving treatment. It doesn't look too clever. I think he's going to have to come off, and coming on will be Emile Smith-Rowe. Trossard limps off. It may not be too serious, but as I say, with Europa League to come, other massive games, probably sensible to take him off 21 minutes in. Trossard goes off. Smith-Rowe on. Great young player, fabulous for most of last season, injured, injury-ravaged campaign. A couple of the morning's papers have alluded to the fact that Arsenal might think about selling him this summer and cashing in while they still can. This is a big game for Emile Smith-Rowe.
Huge game. I have seen that in the morning papers, and to be honest, it does make sense. I do think Arsenal in wide areas, they have two certified starters in Saka and Martinelli, who's just signed a new contract, and Saka will follow shortly, I'm sure. So Smith-Rowe, he's good enough to go and play Premier League football, so he's someone who might want to go and get games too.
It's his local club, though. He's part of the same posse that grew up and came through at the Hale End Academy together. They're all so close. Him and Saka particularly are very, very tight. It wasn't that long ago that Smith-Rowe was on a par with them. They were all playing comparably well. So I think it's a bit premature, personally.
Yeah, I know he might see it like that. He just strikes me as, I know you don't really see it too often with English players, but how you've seen it with Lukaku and Pogba, he's someone who Arsenal could bring back.
Free kick, taken by Ødegaard. Probably a bit too far out to try what he did, which was a kind of a bendy curler into the top corner, just over.
Yeah, the goalkeeper's reaction tells me that was further away than I thought it was. I thought it was quite close, but the goalkeeper seemed comfortable in seeing it wide.
So Ødegaard, the captain, had the shot. In the end, let's see. Ooh, yeah, I see what you mean. It's about maybe a yard wide, but Neto was very calm and casual, and maybe right at the end he was like, ooh, but in the end didn't quite go in. But just back to that point quickly, with those competition for places, I take your point, but he is a big fan favourite. He's a local boy, and if he could just get fit and have a proper long run, you could see Smith-Rowe maybe get back to where he was, but he'd need to start and play a good few games to do that. And whose place does he take? Which is back to your initial point. Anyway, he's on for 70 minutes here. He's just to the left of the ball as Thomas Partey, which he does so wonderfully, just glides forward and really adds an injection of pace and quality, ball at foot, and gains effortlessly about 20-25 yards for Arsenal, who are now back about midway inside the Bournemouth half. First touch for Emile Smith-Rowe, who's hugging the left-hand side, so effectively taking over from where Trossard was. Finds Zinchenko. His pass looking for Vieira was poor, though, and Chris Mepham made the challenge, cleared the ball, but straight back to Arsenal. The Gunners have had 85% possession. They've had 5 shots to Bournemouth's 2, but Bournemouth has scored with one and had by far the best other chance of the game with the other.
Yeah, both of those.
How do you quantify that? Is that excellent from them, poor from Arsenal, or a bit of both?
A bit of both. Counter-attacking will be the name of the game for Bournemouth today. Both of the attempts they've had should have ended in goals. Only one did. Arsenal keep probing. They won't panic, Arsenal. They're too good now to start panicking. A few years back, maybe they would have, but you can even hear the atmosphere in the stadium. They're still behind the team. They're not moaning or groaning. So we're just having a look back at that goal. Fantastic goal.
Yeah, they're showing it on the big screen again, which I'm sure a lot of the home fans don't necessarily want to see. But yeah, I agree with you. Ouattara down the right was just unplayable.
Yeah.
Wonderful ball, and feeling very happy to just connect with that little flick on from Dominic Solanke. 1-0, thank you very much. Benjamin Snyder, Birmingham, Alabama. Not a great way to start the match, but I still have hope. Great to hear from Benjamin. Long-time tweeter into the show. Big Arsenal fan from there in the deep south at TalkSport Live. Wateba celebrating the goal. So I'm not quite sure who you support, whether it's potentially Manchester City or not, but a happy face from you at TalkSport Live. Keep your tweets coming in. I'll read a few more in a moment. Here's Tomiyasu, though, for Arsenal. Deep cross, off balance, pretty good. Emile Smith-Rowe was ghosting in, left edge of the 6-yard box, but a stretched headed clearance from Chris Mepham, the Welsh international, just got the ball to safety. Again, Arsenal win it straight back, and that's the ripple of applause from the fans that you can hear. Saliba downfield, through ball from Vieira this time to Saka, and back now to Takahiro Tomiyasu. And again, Arsenal are about midway inside the Bournemouth half, just trying to find another way to unpick the lock and find a way through this very numerous in terms of bodies Bournemouth defence. 3 at the back, 2 wing backs, and a couple of defensive midfielders in there now as well. There's really only Solanke who's in anything like an advanced position. Arsenal will keep asking the questions and trying to break their opponents down and try and tire them run them ragged in the process. Zinchenko's cross takes a deflection, partially cleared again by Stevens. Tomiyasu wins the ball in the air, but good work from Jordan Zemura. Initially, he reacted quickly. His clearance, though, was then blocked by Tomiyasu, and Arsenal come again. Saka, 26 gone, Arsenal 0, Bournemouth 1, right edge of the box. Exchange of passes between Partey and Ødegaard. Billing, the goal scorer, 11 seconds into this game, with a fine interception. Miscontrol, though, from Joe Rothwell on his return to the team. He lost out to Takahiro Tomiyasu. Clever infield ball from Saka. Now there's space for Arsenal down the left-hand side, but Ødegaard maybe took too long to play it to Smith Rowe. Maybe Smith Rowe guilty of just waiting for the ball to come to him. And it was Ouattara who made the interception, but it took a ricochet, and it's straight back to Emile Smith Rowe, wearing 10, right-footed. Tries to bend in the cross, and that's headed back to near halfway, and Gabriel. Arsenal coming forward again. Crossfield ball from the Brazilian. Gabriel, of course, a player who did sign a new contract earlier this campaign. As we heard earlier, Martinelli's already signed his. He backheels it forward looking for Ødegaard, the captain. Saliba does really well to dispossess Solanke, who briefly won it. Here's Fabio Vieira. Great control. Beats one player, beats two. The young Portuguese tries to get his shot away, but he just got the ball trapped under his foot. Mesmeric close control for a second from Fabio Vieira, but in the end he couldn't quite pull the trigger and didn't have too many other options either.
Yeah, no, he's shown some wonderful bits of skill so far today, Vieira. Looks so comfortable on the ball, dribbles well, good eye for a pass. Arsenal's counter-pressing has been exceptional. The two centre-backs, they're locking in, they're narrowing the pitch and condensing it when Bournemouth have to play, and Bournemouth just can't get out at the moment.
28 gone, still Arsenal 0, Bournemouth 1. Bournemouth with a goal, 11 seconds in. Another wonderful chance that was brilliantly saved by Ramsdale. Weirdly, that aside, it's been all Arsenal, but they've not been able to get the ball into the back of the net as yet. Here's Zinchenko on the overlap with a good sliding challenge from Mepham. Is that going to go out for a corner? No, the ball takes a wicked ricochet and spins back in field, which nearly bamboozled Adam Smith. In the end, he did hack the ball downfield, but it's picked up again by Gabriel as the relentless Arsenal pressure continues. That said, Gabriel dwells on the ball, loses it, but Saka comes in field. Brilliant challenge, finds Vieira. He's bursting through to Ødegaard. He tries to get a shot away. Second time from Martin Ødegaard, takes a ricochet. Zemura knocks it downfield for Bournemouth. And again, Arsenal, question after question, but they can't quite find the gaps and open up the opportunities that they want yet.
Yeah, no, you're right. The counter-pressing again there from Arsenal, fantastic. Solanke's got to do better there. He's got to be stronger, try and win a free kick, hold on to the ball. But Arsenal, they are coming forward. Bournemouth have gone to that back five, and it's tough to break down. They've got to keep probing, tire them out, move it side to side.
Zinchenko, deflected cross off Smith, and behind for another Arsenal corner. Daniel Michael Eze just talking about how Arsenal are really going for that overload, and yes, absolutely they are. And he says, crikey, the commentary on the rest of this game is going to be interesting. I think interesting is an understatement, isn't it, Daniel?
It will be. It will be. But Arsenal's response, I have to say again, it has been fantastic. They just look like they're just so composed. They're not panicking.
Ødegaard, short corner this time with Smith Rowe to mix things up. Back to Ødegaard, now to Zinchenko, left edge of the penalty area. Dinks in a clever looking cross, header from Tomiyasu, and it's a looping one that lacked real power and real purchase, and it's easily saved by Neto in the Bournemouth goal. He'll take a while to get this one away. In the meanwhile, we can go to Villa Park. First goal of the day, Villa against Crystal Palace. Which way's this one gone for Andrew Self?
Catches behind, plays it square, cut out by Joachim Andersen, who backheels the ball onto his own leg and past Gaeta into Gaeta's bottom left-hand corner. Well, Andersen with a fantastic piece of skill, the like of which I don't think he could do again. It's an own goal, it's Villa 1-0.
Well, Joachim Andersen with an own goal. We talked about not the pressure on Vieira, but the flatness, and that's not going to help, is it?
No, not at all. And he's one of the best ball-playing centre-backs in the league. But it sounds like
saw that at Fulham, didn't we, on loan from Lyon, was it?
He was, you're right. Very good on the ball, but it sounds like he made a real mess of that one.
Cross from the left here from Smith Rowe, cut out by Jack Stevens, but only as far as Gabriel again, as Arsenal try to come forward. So elsewhere, Villa 1, Palace 0, as we just heard. Still goalless Chelsea lead, still goalless Wolves Spurs, and Brighton through that McAllister penalty lead West Ham 1-0. Here's Ødegaard, another cross, blocked and behind for a corner. Didn't get a chance to quickly say. Brighton leading West Ham, huge story as well.
Yeah, no, big goal that. West Ham, they're in a position which, for a club of their size and with the players they got, they should be nowhere near, so they'll be disappointed, but Danny Ings is playing today and he's been a huge signing for them.
Another short corner from Arsenal. Saka to Ødegaard, flicked on by Martinelli. Timing all wrong though, and that one just flies high into the kind of light grey North London cloudy sky that we've got today, and it's out for a goal kick. 32 gone. Arsenal 0, Bournemouth 1, and as much as Arsenal have had so much of the ball since going behind, they've not really created many clear-cut opportunities. It's not like Neto's been making save after save here, is it? He's made a couple, but nothing outstanding yet. Yeah,
no, you're right. They'll be very happy if how the last 5 to 7 minutes have gone, where, like you said, there's been no real chances. Mepham's had a few good clearances.
Yeah, he's played well.
Yeah, but all in all, they're not creating clear-cut chances here, Arsenal. Other than the double save, then Neto wouldn't be too worried.
Yeah, there was that one clearance from Stevens just the right side of his post, and that really has been it. One double save, and that. And it's all Arsenal have mustered in 32 minutes. They're a goal down. Philip Billings, 5th of the season, 5th fastest goal, if you are just joining us, in Premier League history after 11 seconds, which certainly shocked us and definitely shocked the Emirates as well. Here's Martinelli to Ødegaard, thought about the shot again. Smith Rowe, another cross that was not quite what was needed. That was headed clear by the excellent Mepham again. He has. Only as far as Zinchenko though. Saliba this time coming forward as far as Tomiyasu. In swinging delivery, trying to find Emile Smith Rowe, and right wing back Adam Smith, the player to get it clear. As the ball fell down to earth, did it ricochet off a Bournemouth arm? Lots of appeals from the Arsenal players. They want VAR to take a look at this. For all we know, it might be, because the ball is still alive. It now trickles out. If they're going to look at this, it needs to be now. Yeah,
it's definitely something to look at. He's gone for the header, but for me, it caught him just under the shoulder. I think it's where before the sleeve ends, so I think he will be all right. His arm is outstretched.
Let's have a little look. No, I don't think you can give that as a penalty kick.
That's one of the ones that it would have definitely been given when VAR first came in. We saw a few. I think it was Newcastle away at Tottenham. And it was given, and they tried to get it out of the game.
So Mepham has gone to head the ball under pressure from Vieira. It's just missed his head. He was trying to head it. His arm was outstretched.
Yeah.
And as we thought, I think no penalty.
I think
no penalty, because as you say, it's right on that sleeve cut-off, isn't it?
Yeah, I think nowadays, where the ball has been raised a little bit for VAR to get involved, I was pretty sure they weren't going to overturn that, but when VAR first came in, I would have expected them to overturn it then.
Didn't feel like a penalty to either of us at all live, did it? And
no,
that's the problem though, sometimes when you slow things down and down and look and look and
look. It looks a lot worse.
Exactly. 34 gone, Arsenal 0, Bournemouth 1. Elsewhere still Villa 1, Palace 0, goalless Chelsea leads, goalless Wolves, Spurs, Brighton still leading West Ham 1-0, earlier Man City putting pressure on Arsenal with a 2-0 win against Newcastle, and to come 5:30 it's Southampton Leicester City with Tom Rennie and Dave Kitson. Arsenal out to the left hand side, Gabriel and Smith Rowe exchanging passes. Smith Rowe on for the injured Leandro Trossard, who was taken out in a very toxic little spell of the game about 10 minutes ago. Gabriel showing good power there, under pressure from Solanke to wave the former Chelsea Liverpool striker off. Ball in field from Martinelli, over the top, nice turn from Smith Rowe, and again tried to get his cross in. Who was there to block it at the expense of a throw? Chris Mepham.
Yeah, he's been absolutely fantastic for the opening 35 minutes, Chris Mepham. They'll need that to keep going. Zinchenko's trying to rile up the crowd now. It has gone a little bit flat at the Emirates, so he wants them back on side because Arsenal need their support right now.
Yeah, it's not necessarily tense yet, but I agree, it is flat. And the players need to respond. The fans now trying to energise the players from the terraces. Saka, 2 players on him, one of whom was Antoine Semenyo. And the Ghanaian, with a big money signing from Bristol City, making a decent little block there. Good work from Semenyo, and as much as Bournemouth are under the cosh, they are keeping a good defensive structure largely, aren't they, and fighting for everything, because we knew they would.
Yeah, this is the best structure I've seen Bournemouth have for a little while. They look like they've got a good shape about them. They look disciplined in their defending, and they're doing well.
And even then, when Rothwell lost out in central midfield, Zemura came in and made the challenge to win the ball back. Really good awareness.
Yeah, that's what they're doing. They're backing up teammates. They're not letting Arsenal just have comfortable possession in dangerous areas. They don't mind the two centre-backs and Partey dropping deep, but when it's going into the likes of Odegaard, Saka, Smith Rowe, they're really getting tight and pressing.
7 shots to 2, but only 3 to 2 on target in Arsenal's favour. But Bournemouth still lead, and they're now on the attack for the first time in a good old while through Dominic Solanke. He got 2 players on him, Saka and Tomiyasu. They're convinced that they won the throw, but the referee's assistant on this near side, Neil Davis, has given the decision to Bournemouth, and they will take a little while and crank up a long throw in a second. In fact, they decide not to in the end. Zamora took it short, and I don't think Billing was expecting it. I think he was expecting the long throw, and in the end, Bournemouth have surrendered possession, having for once been in the right half of the field from their point of view.
Yeah, you would have thought they would have made better use of that. They have good...
Flicked on. Solanke through 1-on-1. Goodness me, Saliba had to be very careful not to make a silly challenge and bring his man down. Saliba fell himself, made sure he didn't make contact, and in the end, Solanke slightly off balance, couldn't quite get his shot away. But for a second, Bournemouth nearly got through 1-on-1 again for a second goal, and for a third time in the game. Here's Saka at the other end, end-to-end one more time. Here's Arsenal. Odegaard, clever ball over the top, one touch, shot into the corner just wide. In the end, well wide after the ricochet, but Smith Rowe to Zinchenko, just going beyond the goal, I think, initially. Then it took a nick, and it's further behind for yet another Arsenal corner. 37 gone, they're still a goal down.
Yeah, you did wonder where that deflection was going to take it. Thankfully for Bournemouth, it's took it out for a corner.
Corner taken by Odegaard, another flat, low delivery. Adam Smith partially cleared, just there ahead of Gabriel, but Zinchenko, who's buzzing around like a man possessed today, as you said, geeing up the crowd, geeing up his teammates. He's leading by example. Zinchenko from distance tries a curler. Shot takes another deflection. Gabriel wins the ball in the air. Left edge of the box. Smith Rowe back to Zinchenko, all coming from the former Man City man at the moment. Now Saka's in a bit of space on the right edge of the penalty area. Infield to Odegaard, but so many black shirts blocking every ball, blocking every shot, and that's exactly what happens there. Zamora with a fine block to stop Odegaard. But still Arsenal recycle the ball again. Saka, Odegaard, back to Saka, who couldn't quite get there. Tomiyasu then tries to get to the loose ball. Billing's got to be careful not to make a foul as he stretches. He doesn't, and the goal scorer, wearing 29, left-footed, knocks the ball downfield. Couldn't quite find Solanke. Arsenal have got it back through Thomas Partey. He now comes forward, playing a 1-2 with Tomiyasu. Odegaard is the man on the right wing on this occasion. In space, clever reverse pass to his mate Saka. Infield, will this be the equaliser? No, Smith Rowe couldn't get his shot in. Mepham again with a great challenge. Otherwise, Smith Rowe, with all that momentum and space, surely would have slotted that in.
Yeah, it looked like it was going to fall perfectly from then. Mepham, last-ditch tackle, did brilliantly. Zamora's down again. He must be struggling from the earlier injury, but he's doing well today. Yes, he's in trouble when Saka's running at him, but he's backing up teammates well. He's got good energy about him. Bournemouth just defending so resolutely and brilliantly. It's good to see.
At TalkSport Live, keep your tweets coming in. Shannon Blythe, big friend of the show, again in the south of America. What a start to my run. Shannon always goes out for a run while she listens to us. Keep me updated, Russell. We're doing our best, Shannon, on what's been an epic game so far. 1-0 to Bournemouth has very much put the cat among the proverbial pigeons. Meanwhile, Edem reigns. I'm grabbing a coconut juice on the streets of Accra in Ghana while enjoying your fine commentary. What a remarkable start for Bournemouth. We Chelsea fans want Potter out, so any result is a win for us, win, draw or lose. Great commentary on City FM, and a nice picture of his coconut juice as Edem listens to us, coming out of a coconut itself. We don't get that too often here. Great work, my friend. At TalkSport Live, as Arsenal are back on the attack. Martinelli to Tomiyasu. And Tomiyasu caught in two minds as Senesi slid in. Wasn't sure whether to cut in or cross. And I'm afraid in the end the Japanese, on his return to the team, simply shanked the ball straight out of play for a goal kick. That was poor.
Well, I'm hoping that's come off his left foot before his right foot, because he can't look down at the Emirates pitch. It's probably the best pitch in the country. So, yeah, terrible bit of play in a fantastic position as well. Martinelli released him. He's in behind the Bournemouth backline. You're thinking either cut it back or flash it across the face of goal, but makes a real mess of it.
So we stay 1-0 Bournemouth, and Tomiyasu struggled when back in the team against Man City. Ben White came back in for a few games. Tomiyasu gets the nod today. he's another player, like the likes of Smith Rowe, who are keen to deliver. Saka seemingly always delivers, and has he delivered another corner? I think the answer is yes. Some more are arguing it maybe came off the England midfielder last, but the referee's assistant had a good view. And it's another Arsenal corner, 41 gone, but there's still that goal down to the Cherries.
They are. I thought that was a corner all day long as well. I'm not sure why Zamora was claiming it was a goal kick, but...
Saka finds Fabio Vieira in space. Crossfield ball, space for Smith Rowe. Tries a curler into the top corner off the back of Chris Mepham. Martinelli tries a shot which ricochets from the turf up into the air. Partey nearly got there on that ricochet, but in the end the ball is safely into the gloves of the veteran Brazilian Neto. And Bournemouth club captain is happy to hold on to that ball again.
Yeah, you mentioned it earlier, and I'm surprised that Arsenal haven't created anything clear-cut today. I think here's maybe where they're missing that natural number 9, Nketiah, Gabriel Jesus, even Trossard going off. I think he's more of a number 9 than Martinelli is, and they've not really created much.
Ødegaard tries to run through the middle of the park again, and Philip Billing, the goal scorer with those long legs, sticks out a good sliding challenge. Hamp Hickman, meanwhile, listening from Nashville, Tennessee, says he woke up this morning expecting another Chelsea loss, but not yet to be the case. Yep, your boys are 0-0 at the moment. As are Wolves, Spurs, Brighton still leading West Ham, Villa still leading Palace. And here, Arsenal 0, Bournemouth 1, at TalkSport Live. Keep your tweets coming in. We love to hear from you around the world. Tell us where you are, what you're up to. Send us a picture. Your take on this match, on Arsenal's title hopes, on Bournemouth's hopes of staying up. So much to discuss on your global station of the Premier League Live. Smith Rowe to Zinchenko, infield to Partey. He spotted Saka in some space on the right side of the penalty area. Yet again, twisting, turning the number 7. Right-footed cross, flicked partially clear by Senesi. Otherwise that might have found its way through to Fabio Vieira. Plenty of pretty intricate build-up from Arsenal, but no more. And the ball now has bounced clear for Bournemouth at the other end. Solanke's crossfield ball was asking far too much of Ouattara. And it goes out for a goal kick, but for just a second there, Dom Solanke burst clear and maybe had the goal gaping in front of it.
Yeah, it was brilliant from Billing to release him. If it was the other way round, I'm sure that would have ended with a shot on goal. Gabriel, his physicality is fantastic though. He gets back alongside Solanke and just messes with his mind a little bit. He's tried to square the ball and it was a poor pass in the end.
Saka to Ødegaard, Senesi across, making the block, and it's yet another Arsenal corner. We've got just over a minute to go till half time. Arsenal 0, Bournemouth 1. And the Gunners got the goal that they so desperately need. Bournemouth have lost all 8 Premier League games against teams who started the day top of the table, conceding 27 goals in the process. They're bucking the trend at the moment. Corner from Saka, headed partially clear. Arsenal have won all 6 games at home to Bournemouth in their history, scoring 17 goals and conceding 2. That feels very different at the moment as well. Can they get one before half-time? Saka's cross was a good one. Billing was back. Stevens was back. Tomiyasu's gone down, appeals for a penalty. The Japanese tried to turn and get a shot in from the right edge of the box. To me, the appeals were more from the crowd and not too much from the players, and it all felt a little bit desperate. Referee Kavanagh was unimpressed, and play goes on. Through Gabriel Martinelli. Was he fouled there? Yes, he was. Brought down by Joe Rothwell. Rothwell's one slight weak link for me. I'm not sure he has really quite got to the pace of the game at times.
Totally agree. They're just showing a replay of that one with Tomiyasu. He does catch him a little bit, but it didn't feel like a penalty. But yeah, you're right. Rothwell hasn't got to the pace of the game, and especially the likes of Partey, Martinelli when he's dropping deeper as well. When they start running and opening up, he looks a little bit lost. But
3 additional minutes.
Yeah, this is a big 3 minutes for Bournemouth. Huge.
So on the bench is Lewis Cook, who's back for the first time since January after a knee injury. Jefferson Lerma out of the team and the squad for this one, but yeah, there are 1 or 2 other midfield options for Bournemouth, probably most likely Cook from those on the bench today. We'll see if that's a possible change over the course of the rest of the game. Mark Eccleston, good day guys, from Sydney, Australia. Thanks for your great commentary. I'm listening to the game in the early hours of my Sunday morning. Good to hear from you. Hoping that Nottingham Forest get the job done later this weekend. Well, Mark, they're still above the drop zone, your boys. And they've got a big game against fellow strugglers Everton Sunday at 2. And that is another of our Premier League commentaries. So again, that'll be early in your Australian morning tomorrow. here. We've played almost 1 minute of the additional 3. Free kick to Arsenal in a central position, about 6-7 yards out from the edge of the box. Will it be Partey's right foot? No, it's Ødegaard's left. And it's over the bar and behind for a goal kick. It's not happening.
It's not. It's a couple of sightings he's had. Both seem a little bit too far out. He's someone who's more precision than power. I did think maybe Thomas Partey would have a go there, but he was used as the decoy run. And yeah, it's going to be a big half-time team talk from Arteta. He's got to liven these players up, and they need to start creating more clear-cut chances. Because they've had the ball in great areas. It's just they just can't find that final pass and get that clear chance.
Absolutely. Nearly halfway to doing it, Bournemouth. Never kept a clean sheet at Arsenal. Lost 8, drawn 2 and won 1 of all their meetings. Unbelievable that they're leading at half-time, or about to be. And it is the beauty of football, the beauty of the Premier League, that this kind of thing can, I'll say happen, but be the case this late already into a game. It's remarkable. And fair play to the Cherries. Bucking history big time, but they're back on the defensive here for one more time toward the end of the first half. Tomiyasu infield to Martinelli, who's just dropped a bit deeper to maybe try and get a bit more of the ball. Martinelli, who scored 4 goals in his last 3 Premier League games, including 2 last time out. He'd dearly love one. Saka got one last time out, the opener. He's back in possession here. Right edge of the box, back to Tomiyasu, whose last cross was a bit of a disaster. Decides maybe, with a slight lack of confidence as a result, not to cross. Plays it infield to Saka. Dinked on by Martinelli. Behind for one more corner. Philip Billing, safety first. Sticks it behind for another Arsenal corner kick, this time on the far side.
Yeah, they've got to try and see this through now, Bournemouth. This should be the last attack of the half. Arsenal know it as well, so I think they'll get the ball straight in. They'll be surprised. Oh, they've gone short.
They have gone short. Smith Rowe to Zinchenko. Infield as far as Ødegaard. Back now to Gabriel Martinelli. Right foot, left foot, side netting. Worth a go maybe from Arsenal's number 11. Let rip from a tight angle. Maybe smacked a tad of desperation, but possibly worth a go.
Yeah, it was probably worth a go. I just thought from that angle he'd smash it across the face of goal. There's so many bodies in the box that could take a nick off a defender or anything. But yeah, that's the end of the half, that for Arsenal now.
That is the end of the half. They've had a few chances, Arsenal, but largely have huffed and puffed. And Bournemouth I should say, just 11 seconds into this game, scoring courtesy of Philip Billing. 2 more good chances too. Billing's been excellent. Chris Mepham brilliant at the back as well, as the Cherries have kept Arsenal at bay. They've lost Leandro Trossard to injury. He was replaced by Emile Smith-Rowe. The plot thickening massively here in North London. At the break, Arsenal 0, Bournemouth 1, Premier League Live.
Got an unquenchable thirst for
scanning around are unchanged. So Arsenal back underway in their traditional red and white, kicking from right to left in the second half. The league leaders a goal down at home to 19th place Bournemouth, left to right in their change kit of all black with a tiny bit of white trim. Ramsdale, now White, Saliba, Gabriel and Zinchenko your back four. Vieira, Partey, Ødegaard the captain in midfield. Martinelli, Saka and Smith Rowe, with of course Trossard already taken off injured in the first half. So the White alteration, the second sub already for Mikel Arteta. The rest of his bench is Turner, Tierney, Kivior, Holding, Jorginho, Nelson and Xhaka, which really only Reece Nelson is the only other attacking player left. Bournemouth, Neto in goal, Mepham, Stevens and Senesi at the back. Zamora and Smith the wing backs, Billing the goal scorer and Rothwell. And then Semedo, Otura and Solanke up top. Running through the Bournemouth bench in a moment, but it's Bournemouth on the attack. Down the left-hand side through Antoine Semenyo. Semenyo up against Thomas Partey, who makes the challenge, and the ball trickles out of play for, I think, an Arsenal throw. Partey did pretty well there. Travers, Randolph, Fredericks, Cook, Christie, Stacey, Moore, Anthony and young Pollock. That is the Bournemouth bench today. Bit of a flat feel at the moment, and quite a few red seats yet to be reoccupied for the second half, particularly in the middle tier where everybody's off having their corporate prawn sandwiches and so on. But even the lower tier, not everybody is back yet. And Arsenal will need this flat atmosphere to end, get some support, but they need to do something to gee the fans up as well, don't they?
It's funny you said that. My first initial thought was how empty it looked, that the fans hadn't come back yet, and Arsenal need them straight from the first minute of this second half, because it's a huge 45 minutes in their season.
It wasn't like this on Wednesday night. Everybody was pretty much back bang on for kick-off in the second half. Just goes to show the difference in entertainment and the difference in the flow of the game so far. Great challenge from Saliba. Otherwise Arsenal might have been stretched down the left, but he got there in between two players, Zamora and Solanke, and it's freed. Bukayo Saka now to Ødegaard. Crossfield ball, Gabriel. Arsenal overloading again, trying to go from right to left this time, where Zinchenko gets it to Smith Rowe, but to try and get that overload you need to have more pace and precision to the move. It took a while to get the ball out there, didn't it?
It did. It just seemed a bit too slow and lethargic.
Ponderous.
And you expect them to start this second half with real venom about them and real purpose, but it's a little bit slow at the moment.
47 gone, Arsenal 0, Bournemouth 1. Philip Billings' strike on 11 seconds, fifth fastest goal in Premier League history. That is the difference between the teams. Gabriel's crossfield ball, first touch for Ben White. England international is to nicely chest the ball down. Plays a 1-2 with Partey. Infield to Ødegaard, and yet again Arsenal short exchanges of passes, but struggling to really break their opponents down and get a meaningful opportunity at goal. Saliba back to White, nice reverse pass to Ødegaard, low cross, good cross. Martinelli was hoping to pounce, and this time Jack Stevens with the interception, and he steers the ball behind for the first Arsenal corner of the second half, and I suspect the first of many more to come.
Yeah, you would think so. The crowd now, they are lifted. There's a nice little fizz across face of goal there.
10th corner of the game already, swung in by Ødegaard. Up there was Gabriel, he couldn't quite get there. Senesi, I think it was, who made the block, but again it's only partially cleared. Here come Arsenal again, a goal down. Reverse pass from Zinchenko, this time to Saka, hugging the dead ball line, tried to cross with his right foot, blocked by the same Argentine defender once more. Behind for another corner, the 11th, taken quickly this time. Ødegaard left-footed, in-swinging cross beyond the on-rushing Arsenal defenders. And Philip Billing is wise to just duck out of the way at the end, not make contact, and enable the ball to fly out for a Bournemouth goal kick.
Yeah, Arsenal, they could be en route to a Premier League record here for the amount of corners. It's non-stop, it's relentless, but yeah, Bournemouth they'll be satisfied with the opening 4 minutes of this half. It's not really got going yet. Arsenal haven't got a head of steam. It's just such a big 45 minutes for both ends of the table, this. Huge.
Yeah, it would mean so much to Bournemouth if they could somehow win. They could go as high as 14th with a win today, which would be an almighty change from being second bottom. Regardless of that, it could easily get them out of the bottom three. And don't forget, this is a team who have been in dire form largely since the World Cup. Did get that one win against Wolves a couple of games ago and a couple of draws, but that's been it since before the World Cup even started. Like night and day. 87% possession for Arsenal, 448 passes to Bournemouth 69. 449 though was a better one because it's freed Gabriel Martinelli. Out to the right, White's cross is a good one, but Neto did well, got there ahead of Fabio Vieira, and again the Brazilian makes the claim with those garish orange goalkeeping gloves, and he will take an eternity to get this one clear once more. Arsenal fans booing away, they don't want too much time wasted, and Neto, to his credit in the end, gets this one away a little quicker. Hearing of news potentially of a goal at the Bridge, where it was goalless, Chelsea leads. If that stands, we'll take you to Toby Gillis in a moment. Elsewhere still, Villa leading Palace, Brighton leading West Ham, and still goalless Wolves against Spurs. Jack Stevens, poor clearance downfield, looking for Semenya, but it was never going to get there, and that's invited Arsenal on again. Through Ben White, on at half-time for Tomiyasu. Out to the right-hand side, and Bukayo Saka, but again, there's not much urgency and drive to the move. It's all fairly one-paced and a little pedestrian. Saliba. Now to White, to Saka again, he's going to run at Zamora. Cutting in field, back to Ødegaard, shapes to shoot! Oh, good save from Neto. It was on the half volley, it was straight at him, but he saw it late, and there were several Arsenal players who'd have easily poked home the rebound, had the Bournemouth captain not held on to this first time, but he did.
Yeah, he did very well to hold on to that. Ødegaard today, but in recent weeks as well, he's more likely to get a shot off now. I did think earlier in the season he would just look to overpass it sometimes, but now he's happy that when he gets that ball on his left foot, he's ready to pull the trigger, and yeah, it was a good little hold that from Neto and goal.
Arsenal have only lost one of 32 home Premier League games that they've played at 3 o'clock on a Saturday. That was against Brighton last season. They've won 25, drawn 6 and lost none otherwise, but they're in massive trouble here. Saka downfield, looking for White. Is that a corner or a goal kick? This one comes off White last. Good block from Zamora. That one's behind for a goal kick. Good work from the number 33, the left wing back, as you highlighted pre-match. He's having a good solid game, isn't he, in tricky circumstances?
He's doing well, Zamora. He really impressed me against Manchester City last week going forward. Defensively he wasn't the greatest, but today he has been good. The Arsenal fans aren't happy with the time that Neto's taken at all.
They felt the same with Pickford in midweek as well.
Yeah.
But with that one, at least they were up by about 40 minutes into the game. This one, they're still down in it after 52, and that only adds to that frustration even more as Thomas Partey accidentally brings his man down. He tried his best to withdraw his foot and not nibble, but nibble he did. And Ouattara's gone down. Free kick to Bournemouth.
Yeah, that's good. It just eases a little bit of pressure off Bournemouth. They can get bodies forward here. I'd be surprised if they didn't put the ball into the box. I know the referee's telling them to speed up here. I think this is a little bit different to the goal kicks though.
Yeah, with a free kick you want to be kind of setting your,
of course, you want the
offensive line.
Of course.
Eventually Mepham, man of the match for many so far, belts it downfield, but Partey wins the ball in the air, and Saka neatly beats his man and frees Gabriel Martinelli, who's streaking down the right, cuts inside Zamora, right foot, left foot. Martinelli thinks about the shot. In the end he did shoot, but curled it right-footed over the bar. Support was arriving, admittedly late, but there were options by the time he shot Gabriel Martinelli, and it's not a 5th Premier League goal in 4, it's a goal kick.
Yeah, I really thought he could have used Saka on the overlap. I just thought Saka, you want him when he's in full stride, get the ball into him, he's unstoppable, but he took the ball too far inside, and then a bit wasteful that for Martinelli.
Not sure he saw him. As we look at the replay, he was always looking inside, wasn't he?
Yeah, no, he was, you're right. Don't get me wrong, Martinelli can score goals from that position and he can still offer you something, but you take a lot away from Martinelli's game playing him central. You want him isolating defenders 1v1 and running at them, and it's hard to do that from the number 9 role.
Let's take you to the Bridge where there has been a goal. Toby Gillis, Chelsea leads, massive game.
Here comes the delivery towards Fofana, and this one does go in. Finally, Chelsea back on the score sheet, and it's Wesley Fofana.
Good work from Fofana and from Toby. Huge goal for Graham Potter here. Gabriel Martinelli nearly clear. Ball played out. Neto came surging out of his goal and just about got there by a sliver. Otherwise Martinelli would have taken the ball around him and guided it into an unguarded net. Well, credit Neto and credit Bournemouth just about. At the other end, Thomas Partey's taken out his man. And there's a free kick to Bournemouth. And that was a foul on, I think it was Dango Ouattara, it was. don't think we're going to see a yellow card for the Ghanaian, but it was a little bit clumsy. But yeah, that chance at the other end for Arsenalers who were away at the bridge was a good one, wasn't it?
Massive chance. I actually think Neto's extremely lucky. I think Martinelli should do better. I think he gets the first touch and just take it under him or around him. But he came into no man's land there, Neto. Got himself into a real mess. Great pass from Odegaard to release Martinelli.
Free kick to Bournemouth at the other end. It's spent in. It was a dangerous one. We've said that so far Joe Rothwell struggled in the game, but it was a great cross. And was that Mepham up there? Let's have a look at the replay. Rothwell properly put his laces through that, bent in a lovely right-footed delivery. No, two players up there was Stevens in the end and Semenyo. Arsenal's defence floundering, but neither could quite guide it in.
Big chance that. Fantastic delivery from Rothwell. Partey ends up getting something on it, knocking it out for a goal kick, and Arsenal will be thankful for that.
Yeah, for a corner kick in the end.
Oh, sorry, a corner.
Yeah, no, and it's Rothwell who's going to take it. Much better contribution from the young midfielder in this second half. Stayed on at half-time. Free kick was brilliant. What will his corner kick be like, I wonder? I think it's their first of the game, I'm pretty sure, Bournemouth. Rothwell bends it in! It's a second goal for Bournemouth! And it's Marcus Senesi, the Argentine, his second of the season. And Bournemouth's players go absolutely ballistic in the far corner. The fans are running down and leaping on them. And Bournemouth have sent even more seismic shockwaves through the title race. They're loud and proud. They want to stay up. And Arsenal's dreams of being champions of England are wavering big time. Arsenal 0, Bournemouth 2.
Unbelievable scenes here. The delivery from Rothwell is fantastic. We saw from the free kick his delivery. That's an even better one there from the corner. Different class, and that has to be the reason he was in the team then for today. That the set piece deliveries have been outrageous. Brilliant header that from Stevens, and Bournemouth 2-0 up there in dreamland. They won't believe what's going on here.
I'm just trying to see. I thought it was Senesi who got there.
Oh, you're right. It was. Yes.
So Stevens does very well as the decoy, and in a way he almost makes the goal, because the Arsenal defenders track Stevens, don't they?
Yeah,
and then the Argentine arrives late.
Yeah.
Bang.
Brilliant, and from that sort of range, the minute you get a good connection on it, it's a goal. Aaron Ramsdale was helpless there. And yeah, that's a massive, massive turning point in this game, going 2-0 up.
Goodness me. 57.5 gone on Premier League Live. Arsenal 0, Bournemouth 2. Almost doesn't need to be said, but if you want to be champions of England, 2 down to the second bottom team at home, these next 35-40 minutes to respond and somehow find a way, the season, the title, could almost even depend on this rest of this game, couldn't it?
Totally agree. I think psychologically, if you lose this game today, there's big worries. I think the whole country, even the Arsenal fan base, who I mentioned earlier, the glass has been half full for them. They'll start seeing it as half empty, because you can't lose this sort of game. Arsenal have been here over previous seasons where they just fall at the final hurdle, and you'll start to wonder, is it deja vu? Is it going to happen again?
So much improvement this season, as we half talked about earlier in the game. Far more than was expected to be top of the table rather than fighting for top 4 in the ongoing Arteta rebuild. Maybe they are where they are ahead of time, but still they're there and they need to deliver. Odegaard, shot from the edge of the area, blocked again by a sea of black-shirted Bournemouth bodies. Saliba picks up the loose ball, but he's forced backwards by Dominic Solanke. Still turns and finds his captain again. Odegaard finds Martinelli. Now to Vieira. Smith Rowe lets it run. Left edge of the box, Zinchenko. Back to Vieira. Shot blocked by the back of Rothwell, who after a poor first half has been brilliant in the second half.
He has been, yeah. Those 2 deliveries back to back, then the free kick and then the corner, absolutely fantastic. Real quality, good pace on it, good whip.
Saka infield, looking for Martinelli. Still the fans are behind the team. 59 gone. Cries of Arsenal as Odegaard backheels to Saka. If they can get one, you just sense the momentum will really grow. I think how quickly they potentially get a first could again be another definitive factor here.
This game is reminded me of a game a couple of weeks ago. Manchester United at home to Leeds. They was a goal down within a minute, then went 2-0 down just after half time.
Zinchenko's cross shot could have gone anywhere. Vieira tries to get a shot away. That one's blocked by Stevens. Excellent play from the man on loan from Southampton. I wonder whether Southampton wish they got him back on the evidence of today. Playing pretty well. Vieira to Saka. Edge of the box, being closely shackled again by Zamora. No foul, Saka goes down, he knows it. Desperate appeals for a penalty from the fans, but no more. Good challenge though from Martinelli, dispossesses Rothwell. Now to Smith Rowe. Thought about a shot, but plays it laterally to the left edge of the box to Alexander Zinchenko. Vieira makes a run on the overlap. Will he be used? Answer is yes in the end. Back though as far as Martinelli. Now Vieira's got more room to cross, but that cross is straight down the throat of Neto. Hour played, Arsenal 0, Bournemouth 2.
I tell you what, ever since Neto's came into the team this season, he's a real calming influence on that defence. Travers was obviously in goal at the start of the season.
Yeah, good young Irish keeper.
He is, yeah. And in that game when they lost 9-0 at Anfield, I think that was a turning point where they wanted to make a little change in goal. And Neto, with his experience, I know he's a number 2, but being at a club like Barcelona, unbelievable.
Odegaard's won it back. Captain leading by example here to Vieira, who just got the ball trapped under his foot for a second. Then he regained his composure and took it around Ouattara. But again, poor ball this time from Partey. Arsenal just at 6s and 7s there. No real movement and telepathy of understanding. They look a bit rattled to me now, the home team.
They do. Do you know what? In recent games, they're showing signs which aren't good. They're conceding first in games. They're conceding from set plays. This is something that Arsenal haven't done for the past 12 months, I would say.
Yeah, they had a run of conceding 4 times in 5 games first, didn't they? Saka's cross nearly shanked into his own net. Just praise Jack Stevens, commentator's curse. Because that one, we talked about the Tomiyasu shank in the first half. This one was a proper hosel rocket to any golfers out there. And that was just wide of his own goal. My goodness.
He's done well not to have a brace of own goals today. I thought that was in for the world of me.
So he steered one past his post and he's just shanked one over his own bar. Both incredibly close. That one was even closer, under much less control.
Yeah, no, of course. The pace on it just looked like it was going in.
Saka's corner on his own goal line. Neto punches it clear, only as far as Smith Rowe, and it's in! Thomas Partey has got one back. The Ghanaian's third of the season. Not the most convincing of punches. Smith Rowe reacted quickly, fired it back in. Partey says thank you very much. He's back in the team. He's back in the goals. Arsenal 1, Bournemouth 2.
Yeah, big goal for that Arsenal. Nice response. And Partey gets the goal. It's a massive goal that for Arsenal. Puts them right back in this game with a good 28 minutes plus extra time to go, or added time on. So Bournemouth need to keep their heads now. This was exactly what Arsenal needed.
Well done Smith Rowe as well. We've talked about coming on, the injuries, the future questions. That was a really clever, guileless header pumped back in, wasn't it?
It was. He just knew that there was an overload in that area and he's just helped it on, just hoping that somebody's there to put the finishing touch to it.
Poor old Ashman Pablo Escobar is trying to listen in Ghana, but he's right on the edge of City FM's transmission area, so his coverage is cutting in and out. He's listening in and begging Arsenal to deliver. I don't know if you had the goal commentary or if you lost that bit, Ashman, but all the best to you. And at TalkSport Live around the world, wherever you're listening, drop us a message. How's this going to end? I think Arsenal are going to win this 3-2. What do you think?
If they win this 3-2, the momentum that will give them for the rest of the season will be outstanding. I'm still going to go with Bournemouth will hold on. I honestly am.
At this scoreline?
Yeah, I think 2-1. Arsenal will keep pushing, but in open play they've not really created too much.
Now 2 players coming off as Zamora and Semenyo. On come Anthony and Fredericks. So Ryan Fredericks, the former Fulham fullback and West Ham, and Jayden Anthony, exciting young player, 4 goals this season. He is going to be coming on. They're the 2 replacing Jordan Zamora, who's had a good game, and Antoine Semenyo, who's not been as effective but has been, fleetingly good.
Yeah, he's worked hard. He didn't have his greatest game with the ball, not that he had it too much. But Gary O'Neill will just be a bit disappointed because he wanted to make those 2 substitutions before the goal and then he couldn't because they was defending the corner. He felt it was too risky to change then. But yeah, this should make Bournemouth a bit more solid, and Jayden Anthony can pose a threat on the counter-attack.
Here come Bournemouth again though. Goodness me, they are not giving up in this game. Solanke, great save, fantastic save from Aaron Ramsdale. It was another low shot from an acute angle. Dom Solanke was fed over the top by Joe Rothwell, and it was nearly a 3rd goal for Bournemouth, and they're back on the attack again. This time Dango Ouattara, crossfield ball to Fredericks, the new man wearing 2. I think he's going to play as a right-footed left-back for the rest of this game. Philip Billing, goal scorer of what feels like an eternity ago in this match, 11 seconds in. He picks it up. Bournemouth's response to shipping a goal but still leading is to come right back down the other end, create a good chance and suddenly dominate the ball.
Yeah, no, it was a really good chance. That it was a tough angle, don't get me wrong. Solanke done well to get the shot off and force a save, but lovely little pass from Rothwell. He's really stepped up in the second half, because first half he was anonymous.
Utwara does well again, but couldn't quite get his cross in. Got the best briefly of Zinchenko, which is easier said than done. Low delivery in the end by the former Lorient man, but he couldn't find another black jersey. And after a good spell, Bournemouth are now back onto the back foot, and Arsenal are coming forward through Partey, their goal scorer. That third of the season from the Ghanaian, absolutely crucial. Smith Rowe with the assist, springing the youngster's step as he finds Fabio Vieira, but Rothwell gets back, makes the block, but Vieira then wins the ball back off Utwara. Nice play. He then feeds Alexander Zinchenko for Arsenal, left edge of the box, clever through ball to Smith Rowe, who's buzzing with intent like the old Emile Smith Rowe. Clever cross, appeals for a penalty. Was there a shove in the back on Gabriel Martinelli? The cross was maybe slightly behind the Brazilian, and as he engineered and contorted his body to try and shoot, he fell. He's appealed for a penalty, nothing's been given, and Arsenal come forward again. Unabashed by that, Zinchenko. Erdogan over the top looking for Saka. Can he keep the ball in play? No, it's out for a goal kick. But Arsenal back down the other end, knocking at that door again at 1-2.
Yeah, no, that was much better from Arsenal. Pace and purpose in their play, runners going forward. When Saka got in that position, you thought that he would do better and maybe pick someone out, but he's missed the whole ball.
Just looking at the other end, Partey did well to try and push Solanke wide. May have not quite been going in. It might have just been going across goal, but there were bodies to maybe guide it in. Regardless, Ramsdale did very well to react and stick out that right knee. Yeah,
Jadon Anthony, his eyes would have lit up, thought he had a tap in there. If that just bypassed Ramsdale's right leg, like you said, then that would have been 3-1 to Bournemouth.
Dominic Solanke, I think, is he going off or is he just stopping for a little drink? No, he's stopping for a quick breather. As we take a look at the other end, at the appeals for a penalty, it's Jack Stevens on Martinelli, and I just think the fact the ball was slightly behind him and he's trying to twist his body, I'm not sure there was sufficient contact for a penalty kick there.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with you. I think if the ball was in front of Martinelli, then there's no doubt in my mind that would have been a penalty to Arsenal, but you're right, it was behind him and it was just more of a coming together with a slight push.
Crystal Palace have had a player sent off at Villa now, so Villa leading 1-0. Shannon Blythe in America will not be happy about her Eagles losing again as things stand, and a man down. Chelsea still lead Leeds crucially by a goal to nil. It's still goalless Wolves Spurs, and there's been another goal in that Brighton West Ham game. Brighton were a goal up. We'll take you to that second goal and let you know which way that one's gone in a couple of moments' time. That's with Tim Long. 68 gone here. Another substitution for Arsenal. Is Smith Rowe struggling? He came on early. He's been replaced by Reece Nelson. To me, that has to be injury related, because Smith Rowe, the last few minutes, has been excellent. He was right in his pomp.
I was just about to say, he's really coming into the game and he was looking Arsenal's biggest threat, but that's so sad to see, because it has to be an injury, and with the season he's had injury-wise, that's the last thing you want to see Smith Rowe, who is, like you mentioned earlier, a brilliant young player.
Well, he's had knee problems, he's had Achilles tendon problems, I think, if memory serves. He's had muscle pulls, he's had all sorts over the last 12 months.
Yeah.
And that's a real setback. Smith Rowe is off, Reece Nelson is on, who's a story in himself, I can tell you. He's only recently back from injury too, Reece Nelson, but he's talented, and he was in some decent form earlier this season. Partey from distance beats one man, by hook or by crook beats the second, engineers it to Reece Nelson, cross shot! Oh, what a save from Neto! And then it's cleared off the line, but did it go over? Did it go over the line? It has gone over the line, and it's Ben White's first Arsenal goal. What a time for the England defender. A powerful low shot from distance. Neto nearly heroically kept it out, but White's effort had enough power to get over the goal line. Arsenal come from 2 down to 2-2. This is potentially the stuff of champions. Arsenal 2, Bournemouth 2.
Absolutely brilliant from Arsenal. The stadium's rocking, they're in full flow. Reece Nelson straight involved. What a delivery that is on his weaker left foot. Ben White so high up, getting on the end of it, volleying it down into the ground. It did look past the line straight away, to be honest. Neto scrambling across, but massive that for Arsenal. 2 goals in quick succession.
Absolutely fabulous attempt to save it. We talked about Banana Man in the first half from Ramsdale. That was proper Superman, wasn't it?
It was. No, absolutely massive moment that for Arsenal, and these next 20 minutes will be huge.
Ben White scored an own goal for Arsenal, so his first goal at the right end. Could that have come at a more critical time in his Arsenal career, second season in?
No, it couldn't. He's come off the bench at half-time, and what an impact he's had with that goal. That gives him 20 minutes now to have a real good go at it.
20 to go, as Hogan Ephraim says. Arsenal 2, Bournemouth 2. Martinelli to Vieira. Infield from Reece Nelson. As far as Zinchenko. Or Ødegaard and Partey get in each other's way there, though. Too many cooks spoiling the broth, and Bournemouth come forward. Was that a foul from Partey? No, the referee decides that Partey nicked his challenge from behind perfectly to get the ball. It would have needed to have been perfect as Solanke went down. Bournemouth had dared to commit bodies downfield. Will it cost them? Vieira's cross is a clever one. Looking for Gabriel, the big centre-half, who'd gone all the way up to the edge of the penalty area. And Bournemouth last-ditch make the challenge and get the ball to safety for an Arsenal throw.
Yeah, this is going to be some ending to the game, this. Arsenal really in full flow. The pace and the energy of them flying forward now. Complete contrast to the first half and the first 15-20 minutes of this second half.
Been 2 more goals now in that Brighton-West Ham game. Still Wolves 0, Spurs 0. Chelsea 1, Leeds 0. Villa 1, 10-man Palace 0. Earlier Man City beating Newcastle 2-0 to move within 2 points of the top. Southampton, Leicester, big game at the bottom to come with Dave Kitson and Tom Rennie in exactly an hour's time. Team news for that one out. We'll bring you that just after 5 o'clock in full detail. I'll give you the headlines when we can in a moment here, as Arsenal try to look for their third. Cross from the right, looking for Vieira, who just stretched and slightly miscontrolled, but the ball was kept in play well by Reece Nelson, who's been excellent since coming on. Zinchenko to Vieira to Nelson again. Lovely one-touch into play. In-swinging cross, half cleared. Solanke tries to complete the process but can't. Gabriel wins the ball back for Arsenal. 72 gone. Arsenal 2, Bournemouth 2. Left edge of the penalty area. Reece Nelson to Zinchenko. He's got 2 men on him. One is Adam Smith. Decides to go in field. Just taking the sting out for a moment, the Gunners. Partey now to Saliba. Through ball was a powerful one, well controlled by Saka. Lovely close control, poor cross, but back to Saka again. Tries to weave his way through. It's off the post. Oh my goodness. Saka thought he'd lost the ball to Stevens, then it was presented back to him, then he kicked it off the post. It stayed out. Bournemouth are trying to counter. It is literally all happening, Hogan Ephraim.
There's all sorts going on here. Saka in a great position. You thought he wasted it and went too early with the original cross. When it comes back to him, it's just mayhem in the box. Deflecting off people, back off the post. Yeah, Arsenal, they look like they're in the zone now.
Eva says this game is very cool, which is another possible understatement. As Arsenal come for a third at TalkSport Live. Keep your tweets coming in. Patrick Rabayo is shoveling snow in New York, listening to us, saying thank you for keeping me company. Nice picture of his snow shoveling at TalkSport Live. What are you doing at the moment? Let us know. Send us a picture wherever you are. We love to hear from you, and we love to bring you the drama to the world of the Premier League. 2-2 between leaders Arsenal and second bottom Bournemouth. Arsenal were 2 down as Ødegaard feeds Vieira. Good interception in the end. Excellent play from Dango Otwara, not for the first time in the match, and as he surges forward he's nibbled again and he wins a free kick. Bournemouth buy themselves a bit of a breather with just under 16 minutes to go.
Yeah, we're just looking back at that replay. The feet from Saka, takes it on the back foot, his right, and then drags it with his left. Unbelievable quick feet.
Oh, I didn't realise that. It ricochets off Stevens and onto the post.
Yeah.
So Stevens now 3 times has nearly scored own goals in the game. He's sliced one over his bar, poked one past his post, and almost handled one onto his own post. Should that have been a penalty?
There's a great shout for a penalty there. Unbelievable shout. I think if it hits him exactly in the same place and drops at his feet, then VAR will look at it. But it seems to be where it's come back off the post.
And everyone's so wrapped up in the drama of hitting the post, maybe they didn't notice. Here's Martinelli at the other end, over the bar. Really good run from Martinelli. Had 3 men on him. Controlled it, was falling, lashed at it. Stevens trying to make the block. And that was just over the bar as Martinelli looked for that 5th goal in 4. Couldn't have been much closer.
Yeah, the directness and the pace there was frightening from Martinelli. He just needed to keep the ball low, go back across goal. I know he's stumbling, he's off balance, so it's hard. He gets a little stab at the ball, and yeah, it's always rising.
1-0 Villa against 10-man Palace. 1-0 Chelsea leads. 0-0 Wolves Spurs. 3-0 Brighton lead West Ham at the moment. West Ham's woes compound. You wonder how much longer David Moyes will be staying in his job at the London Stadium. Mitoma, Veltman and McAllister with the goals. McAllister and Gross with the assists. That's how that one stands. Zinchenko tries to keep the ball in play. Did so but gave it away to Ouattara. He was then dispossessed by Partey. Eagerness from both teams to try and win this to their massive credit and play some football. And it's Arsenal coming forward again. Saka down the right, White on the overlap, right-footed cross, headed clear by Stevens, just ahead of Martinelli. And only as far again as Thomas Partey. Now to Martin Odegaard, right-hand side. Saka's got two men on it. One of them is the new man, Jadon Anthony, who, despite being an offensively minded player, is back doing some serious defending. Lewis Cook has come on, didn't even see that, back from a knee injury. Another of the stalwarts from the last few seasons for Bournemouth. All action midfielder. He is on for the final few minutes, wearing 4 as well. Arsenal tried to come forward through Partey, who won the ball, then lost it, but then Arsenal have won it back. 21 shots by Arsenal to 4 from Bournemouth. 6 on target to 4. 2-2 still the score. 14 minutes to go. Premier League live. Here's Saka, right hand side, running against the new man Ryan Fredericks. In field to the man who scored the equaliser, just Ben White. Powerful effort that just crossed the line, despite a diving attempt to stop it by Neto. Saka to Martinelli, thought about the cross and was blocked. I think it was Fredericks who made the challenge, but the ball is behind for yet another Arsenal corner.
Starting to look
13, 14 corners now.
Yeah, they're starting to look a little bit tired at the back now, Bournemouth. Gaps are opening up. We've seen Martinelli run through once or twice, and Saka's getting into good positions.
Listen to that atmosphere. Fans might have been quiet at the start of the second half. They're all back in their seats and loud now. Odegaard, clever short corner routine to Fabio Vieira, skied it, appealing for a corner. I'm not sure it was a corner. I think the Portuguese possibly leant back and put that one into row F. Let's take a look at the replay. He definitely wants a corner. What was your reaction?
I thought it was just a wild strike, and he's better than that. Technically very good player.
Looking at the replay of the goal, and yeah, the ball was a good 3 or 4 inches, if not more, behind the goal line. Neto did so well to try and stop it. Goal line technology spot on there to make it 2-2. Now they've scored 2 in quick succession and the game's levelled out again. It's now down to Arsenal to try and re-pick themselves up to win it, isn't it? It
is, and it's exactly the same as what I mentioned earlier, the Manchester United Leeds game. There was a goal down within a minute. There was 2-0 down straight after half-time.
Oh no, Ramsdale's given it away. What was he thinking? Awful pass. Here's Jadon Anthony bearing down on goal. Saliba, quality performer, the Frenchman. No wonder he was in the Ligue 1 team of the season on loan at Marseille. Wonderful block. And then Saliba dinks the ball forward to Vieira, now to Nelson. As Arsenal counter, Nelson beats his man, thinks about the shot, finds Odegaard in space, takes a deflection, behind for a corner, but there's appeals for handball. Block was from Senesi. What was it blocked by? Referee's convinced it's only a corner kick. Odegaard thinks that was blocked, and it should be a penalty. Oh, it's off his elbow. But he's tucked in and trying to turn his back, but it's the elbow that makes the block. What do you think?
Yeah, no, I'd be surprised if that was given. I know it does come off his elbow and his arm, but they're quite close. He's turning his back on it. I'm not too sure.
I think we are having it checked. We are taking a little look, because Odegaard has been told to wait and not take the corner yet. Gabriel has come up and shown a big elbow to the referee in his face, just in case the referee was unaware what an elbow is. I think he knows.
How Gabriel can see that from 70 yards away, I'll never know.
Great eyesight. Great eyesight. He's still being told not to take the corner, is Martin Odegaard. Still being checked. No goal. No goal. We stay 2-2. No penalty. No penalty kick. Corner instead to Arsenal. Odegaard left-footed, looking for Gabriel. Saliba's up there too. Oh, it's off the goal line. Another appeal for another penalty. I think it was Billing on the goal line who made the block. Then Neto grabbed the ball. It was Philip Billing. No penalty given again. Goal line block. And somehow this epic match stays 2-2.
Tell you what, we're going to see what's happened now, but Billing looked very sheepish afterwards.
Does that touch his hand?
Yeah, but I don't think he was... I'd be amazed if they gave a penalty for that, but he looked very sheepish and it made me wonder what he had done there.
It was as he turned to make the block. I think the ball just caught his finger. I think the ball catches his fingers as he turns to make the block, so it's pre-block.
Yeah, I know what you mean. They're having a look now, and
this one's gone to VAR as well. It's not the secondary ball, it's just as he turns here. I think before Gabriel gets there, it maybe flicks the fingers of Philip Billing.
I think he's more pulling his hand in. It's whether they think if they think it's hit his right arm, then yeah, it's a penalty. But I think it's the left arm which he's pulling into his body. Yeah, I think that's the right decision.
No penalty.
Yeah, I would even say the Stevens one would have been more of a penalty than that for me.
He was almost trying to protect himself and tuck his arms in, but it was the arms that made the block initially before he then twisted and made a second block with his back.
I think his reaction didn't help him. He just looked so sheepish, like a little kid when they've done something wrong.
See, proper veteran Niall Pro like you would have just calmly walked away and just gone, fine. 80 gone, Arsenal 2, Bournemouth 2. Through ball from Zinchenko, blocked, but then as Vieira tries to win the loose ball, he goes down and claims he was fouled. Referee had another decent view. Christopher Kavanagh does not give a free kick to throw to Arsenal. Going to see another change in a moment. Changes left, right and centre in this game. Ryan Christie, the Scotland international, is going to come on for Bournemouth. A couple of goals to his name this season. Christie does come on, and off goes Dango Ouattara, who set the first goal up with that great run 11 seconds in down the right. And I'd say largely that Burkina Faso man's played quite well today.
Yeah, he's looked a threat. And obviously Bournemouth most games they have, they were more possession than they've had today. So he does look like someone who can be a good attacking option for them and a creator of goals.
Another clever through ball from Saka to Ødegaard. Twisting, turning, Ødegaard takes 3 Bournemouth defenders with him. Right edge of the penalty area. Saka wants it, but Ødegaard opts to go alone. 1-2 with White. Poor cross in the end from White. Liked the idea initially, but the final ball this time from Ben White was poor.
Ødegaard, absolutely fantastic. He's like a little five-a-side player. In short spaces, showing great feet, great awareness. He sees a little pass. It's only a 2-3 yard pass, but it just opens up the game, and brilliant from Ødegaard.
82 gone, Premier League live. Arsenal 2, Bournemouth 2. Good turn from Partey under pressure from Billing to Martinelli, who's fouled but stays on his feet. Taken out by Christie, but still he's running, Gabriel Martinelli. To Vieira, again he's fouled. Referee plays advantage as Nelson plays it infield. Left edge of the box again. Zinchenko back to Reece Nelson. Right-footed delivery from him, flicked on by Martinelli. Saka just wide. Senesi did enough to make the block and just put Bukayo Saka off, and I don't think that took a nick for a corner either. I think that one is behind for a goal kick as we go toward 83 minutes still, and Arsenal 2, Bournemouth 2. It would be enough to put Arsenal back to 3 points clear for now, but of course that's nothing like 5, is it?
No, it's not. Don't get me wrong, they'll be happy with the comeback they've made in this game, but if they were to drop points, it'd be a very disappointing result for them.
On is going to come Granit Xhaka for Fabio Vieira. Vieira's lasted 83 minutes of his first Premier League start since November. Xhaka rested effectively for this game. No other real reason. A bit like White. White called into the fray at half-time. Xhaka called into the fray for the final 7 minutes. He's had an unbelievable renaissance with the club after falling foul of the fans, stripped to the captaincy, now back as an absolutely integral player, and talk of a new contract. Nelson's been loaned out to Hoffenheim, had injuries, looked like his Arsenal career was over. Great start to this season, then injured, now back. The stories for some of these players with big roles to play now and for the rest of this campaign, I find them fascinating.
Yeah, no, you've hit the nail on the head, and we looked before the game saying on the bench, are there the options that he would want? Well, Ben White's came on, got a goal. Reece Nelson's come on, got an assist. Emil Smith-Rowe came on and got an assist. So
and then had to go off again.
Yeah, had to go off again. So the subs have really helped so far today, and they'll be hoping Xhaka could be another one. Solanke
with a deflected cross, and Ramsdale did really well, not just to make the save, but prevent the ball going out for a corner. Then he bowls it out to White. As Arsenal, 84 gone, 2-2 on Premier League Live, trying to mount another counter-attack. Crossfield ball over hit from Martinelli though, and Zinchenko couldn't get there. Got his blonde locks to it, but only knocking it out for a throw to Bournemouth, and that was again a little bit hasty and a little bit panicky from Arsenal.
Yeah, and that's what Arsenal don't want to do, not just kill the momentum. Look, Bournemouth taking their time now, and rightly so, but they don't want to kill the flow of the game. Sloppy passes like that, it just lets Bournemouth off the hook.
Bournemouth haven't won back-to-back away Premier League games since October 2018. It looked for all the world at 2-0 like they might do it here of all places at Emirates Stadium. They could yet win it. Had a chance a moment ago, but as things stand, pegged back to 2-2 was Arsenal counter. Was that a foul? There's an Arsenal player down in some serious pain. There's a Bournemouth player down as well. That's Senesi. But just trying to see which Arsenal player has gone down. It might well have been Martinelli. It was. He was caught by a combination of the Argentine and Chris Mepham. Xhaka was also nibbled at and was on the floor at one point. We had three different players all writhing around. Upshot is a yellow card for Chris Mepham.
Do you know what? Arsenal were in a good breaking position there, and he had to go through everything. He just had to take him out.
Including his own teammate.
Yeah, he had to stop the game there. So you can understand it, but I wouldn't be surprised if we see a few more tackles like that in the next coming 5 minutes or so.
Title still potentially on the line in a game like this. Arsenal need to find a way. They've come from 2 down to 2-2. But they need to win this surely to keep up some title momentum. 2004, the last time Arsenal were champions of England. A near 20-year wait. They do not want to blow it now. Partey, right hand side. White to Saka, beats his man, thinks about the shot, twists, turns, deflected effort just wide. Brilliant from Saka, taking it from one foot to the other, bamboozling defenders around him. Desperate appeals for a penalty, rightly not given, but it's behind for the umpteenth Arsenal corner of the game.
Well, each game that passes now, you're seeing Saka's not frightened to go onto his right foot, mix it up, get shots away, and it's so good to see.
15th corner is the official stat to 1 for Bournemouth. Saka takes it, looking for Saliba. Solanke heads it to partial safety, picked up by Nelson, who's got Martinelli supporting on the left edge of the box. Infield to Alexander Zinchenko. What will he do? Edge of the D. Ødegaard over the bar, appeals for a corner. He's convinced that nicked off a Bournemouth body. Again, to the naked eye, I don't think it did.
It didn't. I'm not too sure. It's more desperate calls. Getting a bit emotional here, Arsenal, and they just need to keep their composure, because they've got 3 minutes left. There's going to be, you'd expect, 4 minutes maybe added on. So there's still time and they'll get chances.
I wonder if that did flick off Stevens' back, looking from the replay from behind the goal.
It did look like the ball took a little deviation mid-air, so...
Side on where we're sitting, it didn't look like it, but I've just seen the replay and I think that actually was a corner. Not given. Arsenal just need to, as Hogan says, knuckle down, just fight and just keep focused and direct and find a way. Bournemouth continue to hold them out at 2-2. Unbelievable. Carroll's just got to Rehoboth Beach in time for the final few minutes. Beautiful picture. Carroll's a big Man City fan up in America, so she'll be hoping that Arsenal don't get that third goal. And Fred Couthry III enjoying our commentary as he sits in the Boston Bruins stadium ahead of their game against the New York Rangers in NHL. So he's in the stadium for the pre-game ahead of the match he's watching live, and Fred's listening to us for the conclusion of our game first.
Love that. Perfect Saturday afternoon.
Live football followed by a bit of ice hockey in front of your eyes. Beautiful stuff at TalkSport Live. Keep your tweets coming in for the conclusion. Still Villa 1, Palace 0. Palace down to 10 men. Still Brighton 3, West Ham 0. Still Wolves just take the lead against Spurs. Goodness me. Crikey, that's interesting. And it's still Chelsea 1, Leeds 0. So all the home teams are leading. Brighton, as we speak, get a 4th against West Ham. Is that the dying embers for David Moyes just quickly?
That's not good at all, that. I expected that to be game of the day, but I think we've got it here. But yeah, Brighton, fantastic that. Suddenly scoring goals at a great rate since De Zerbi's come in, and 4 goals at home to West Ham. Brilliant.
So Man City winning earlier as well. Every single other home team in the Premier League has won today or is winning, apart from Arsenal, who are 2-2 from 2 down. Granit Xhaka's through ball. Nelson couldn't get there, but Mepham's clearance is straight back to Nelson. He reacts quickly, 89 gone. Finds Xhaka, infield ball looking for Martinelli, but it was behind Gabriel Martinelli. It's knocked downfield, only as far as Gabriel. Arsenal's fans nervous, tense, but still urging their team on. Partey to Saliba, right hand side, White, now to Martin Ødegaard. Little pirouettes to take the ball around Christie. Blocked well by another of the subs, Ryan Fredericks. Then behind for the 16th Arsenal corner of the game.
It's unbelievable. They all seem to be coming from that same side as well, and yeah, this is a big moment here for Arsenal. They've been good on set plays this season.
We're ticking toward time added on. We'll find out how much in a moment. Short corner from Saka. Zinchenko's unmarked. Tries to take it around Smith. Back to Zinchenko. Tries to take it around Smith again. Struggling to do so. Has to go back to Saliba. That short corner didn't quite work out as planned. Still, though, Arsenal have the ball through Ødegaard on the right edge of the penalty area. There's going to be another 6 additional minutes. 6 more minutes for Arsenal, but that move doesn't work. Cross shot blocked, and Neto saves it, and Neto will roll around for a good while now, won't he?
Yeah, I've got to say that 1v1 defending from Adam Smith was out of this world. To keep shifting your feet like that, moving side to side, not diving in. You see so much lazy defending now where people just want to make tackles because they can't be bothered to move their feet side to side, but brilliant from Smith.
Well, Smith's now gone down holding his groin, and he seemed all right a moment ago, but he's now gone down and he's rolling around, and the Arsenal fans feel that Adam Smith, the wily old veteran that he is, he's trying to buy some time. I don't think the referee's particularly impressed with this either, because he's come over, said something to Smith, which I think was possibly get up. Adam Smith has got up, and play will go on, but this should of course be added on to the 6 minutes, shouldn't it?
Yeah, you'd expect it to be.
He's been told to go off. He's been told either you're injured and go and get treatment or play on, and I think he's actually maybe gone off for treatment. Hard to tell. Billing wins it back for Bournemouth. Now to one of the new men, Scotland's Ryan Christie, wearing 10. We'll throw one by Arsenal. Good challenge from Zinchenko, and he played it off Christie to win the throw. Arsenal are back in their own penalty area, but again, head up, purposefully striding forward through Thomas Partey, which he loves to do. Now to Saliba, wearing 12, who loves to do exactly the same thing. Clever ball as far as White. First time cross was a good one. Mepham heads it to the edge of the penalty area. Chested down beautifully by Martin Ødegaard. But there was nobody in field, and his pass, I think, was intended for Partey, but he wasn't where he expected. And Zinchenko had to go across and win it, and that's lost Arsenal a bit of momentum and probably another 10 or 15 seconds. 92 of the 96 gone. Arsenal 2, Bournemouth 2. Partey to Gabriel, left edge of the box. Reece Nelson runs at his man, puts in the cross. Good block from Philip Billing. Billing stuck out his right ankle. I think it was Granit Xhaka waiting to pull the trigger had he not done so, Hogan.
Yeah, how he's managed that, Billing, was brilliant. It looked like he'd ran past the ball and it's getting cut back past him, but fantastic outstretched foot there.
Saliba back to Ødegaard, running at Lewis Cook, who keeps a good defensive shape, forces Ødegaard to go cross field. Zinchenko to Nelson again. It's looking so lively, so hungry. Zinchenko first time cross. Is it too deep? It is. It's beyond Ben White. It'll be cleared by Jadon Anthony, who tries to kill a few seconds, and in the end decides to smack it downfield. Decent ball looking for Dominic Solanke. Who was that come off? Partey thinks it came off Solanke. Decision by the linesman on the far side is that it's a throw to Bournemouth. That's just what they want, bang on halfway. That'll kill a bit more time.
Oh, for sure. It was great play there from Jadon Anthony. Just delayed it an extra half a second to get the distance and wait for Solanke to come across. And Solanke did well there, making a nuisance of himself. So Brighton have beaten West Ham 4-0. Is that it for David Moyes, I wonder? Chelsea have beaten Leeds 1-0. Still playing Wolves 1, Spurs 0. Still playing Villa 1, 10-man Palace 0. And earlier, Man City's 2-0 win against Newcastle has put all the pressure on Arsenal, who are drawing 2-2 with Bournemouth. 94th of 96. Partey through to White. To Saka. What a block! Jack Stevens, superb. Otherwise, Martinelli had a tap in. But Arsenal come again through Zinchenko. Now to Reece Nelson. Thought about a shot from the right edge of the penalty area. Instead goes back to Partey. 1 goal in the game already. Back to Zinchenko. Good position to cross. Stevens again tries to head it clear. Doesn't get a huge amount of purchase on it. Gets it to just beyond the penalty area. Gabriel plays a 1-2 with Partey. Now to the left by the edge of the corner flag. Zinchenko. Infield to Nelson. What's he going to do? Cuts infield. Shoots. Saved. Good effort. Powerful. But straight down the throat of Neto. He's been good since coming on, Reece Nelson. What surprised me is he's gone down the outside a lot. He's been comfortable on his left foot. It's where the second goal came from for Arsenal. And yeah, he's looking really lively and a real threat.
Wow. Remember, still to come, another big game at the bottom. Southampton-Leicester with Dave Kitson and Tom Rennie. We're live to the boys from 5:15. Bottom of the table is going to have a whole new look if Bournemouth can get a point here. Arsenal have had 73 touches in the Bournemouth box. Bournemouth have had 7 touches in the Arsenal box. Free kick to Arsenal. Foul on Gabriel, takes it quickly, about a minute and a half roughly to go, because there will be a little bit beyond the 6 for the Adam Smith injury. Arsenal downfield. It's lacking a little of desperation now. You can just feel a palpable anxiety emanating around about 90% of Emirates Stadium. Here's Nelson, left edge of the box again, running at Smith, puts the cross in, Saka flicks it on, away to some form of safety. Saliba to Ødegaard, beats 1, beats 2, great block from Billing, ball ricochets to Saliba, tries to find Martinelli, doesn't fall. Cook tries to clear it, behind for a goal kick.
It looked like it just opened up for Ødegaard then. He's not been shy when it's come to his left foot to just get his shots away, and brilliant block there from Philip Billing. I'm not sure how much he knew about it, to be honest, but he's got his body in the way of it, and that should maybe be enough for Bournemouth to leave here with a point.
Really good block. That might well have been going in. It was a powerful shot. I don't think Neto, for all the excellence he's shown today, would have got there. He might have time for one more move, because there will be a bit of time added on for the injury that we mentioned to Adam Smith. Goal kick from Neto is played straight out of play. He's looking for Solanke, who couldn't keep it in. Arsenal take the throw. They do get one more chance. Referee looks at his watch. Partey to Ødegaard into the 97th of 96 minutes. 2-2. Zinchenko over the top looking for Martinelli. Partially cleared, smack downfield. Will that be it? No, play goes on again, picked up by William Saliba, who's got to get a cross in quickly, surely. Decides to let Ødegaard do it. Dinks one in, looking for Xhaka, who flicks it on. Referee almost put his whistle to his mouth. Here's Zinchenko! Oh, it's just wide! Just wide, it's behind for a corner. There's time for a corner for Arsenal as we tick toward the 98th minute of this. What drama!
As he's hit that, I'm just thinking it's going to fall to Ben White at the back post. It's just too much on it. This is the last chance now of the game, surely.
2-2, Premier League Live, Arsenal Bournemouth. Ødegaard flicks it in. As far as Nelson, can he get a shot away? Reece Nelson into the corner! Arsenal win it with the final kick of the game, and Nelson is the Gunners' hero. This is the stuff that titles are made of. Emirates Stadium goes apoplectic, the roof blows off the place. The Gunners come from 2 down. In the 98th minute, Reece Nelson, stand up, he's the hero. It's Arsenal 3, Bournemouth 2.
Absolutely massive moment that for Arsenal. Reece Nelson, as it's dropping, I know he's been going down the outside in his left foot, but that technique had to be spot on, and you can't catch a strike much sweeter than that. So clean, laces through the ball, straight into the far side netting. Unbelievable effort that from Reece Nelson.
Third of the season, started the season brilliantly, then injured, back, couldn't even get on the bench for a few games. He finally does, comes on and is excellent and scores the winner, or what is almost guaranteed to be the winner, on nearly 98 minutes. Message to our broadcast partners around the world: we will stay on air for a further 5 minutes until 2 past the hour, because we are still playing into the 9th minute of time added on. What a strike.
Strike that is. You honestly, to do that on your weaker foot is absolutely ridiculous. So clean across his body, beautiful strike that, no deflection on it. Neto's got no chance.
Unbelievable, absolutely incredible. The drama of the Premier League, just the intensity, the excitement of this title race. Hogan, it's incredible, isn't it?
Oh, it's out of this world. They've really put their foot to the pedal the last 15-20 minutes or so, and they've won it with the last kick of the game.
There is the final whistle. Arsenal 3, Bournemouth 2, and somehow Arsenal do win a 4th straight game, and somehow do go 5 points clear again at the top of the Premier League table over Manchester City. Philip Billing on 11 seconds putting Bournemouth ahead. Senesi on 57 making it 2 from a really cleverly worked corner. But Arsenal hit back just 5 minutes later through Thomas Partey. Ben White's first goal for the club on 70, a lovely strike that Neto nearly kept out, but goal line technology was right, the ball was over. That made it 2-2. We then had, frankly, 27 ridiculous minutes, gripping minutes, absolute edge of the seat stuff as Bournemouth tried to counter. Arsenal piled on the pressure, and with the final kick of the game, 8 minutes into time added on, Reece Nelson is the hero, and a pure, elegant strike into the corner gives Arsenal the win. We've just seen the replay of the goal as celebrated by the manager Mikel Arteta, who I don't think could have shown any more passion, any more joy, and possibly any more shock, but it did go. Listen to those fans around the Emirates as well. This could be the day we look back on, or one of them certainly, if Arsenal do somehow do it by the end of May, where it was done and where the tide continue to turn in their favour. Full time, Arsenal 3, Bournemouth 2. Hogan Ephraim.
Unbelievable spirit that from Arsenal. To go 2-0 down in the second half and still to have the belief when they weren't creating many clear-cut chances. First goal, you could say a little bit scrappy. Second phase of a corner, Thomas Partey does well to score. But then they just gathered belief from that. The stadium was erupting. And then, they make it 2-2. Ben White comes up huge. He came on at half-time. He makes an impact. Fair goal over the line. Straight away, the referee whistled. It was the right decision. And then you felt something was coming for Arsenal. But with time running out, they'd had, I think, 17 corners overall. And you just thought maybe too little too late. And then Reece Nelson, who made such an impact for the second goal, hits an unbelievable strike. And character, personality, and the quality as well from the Arsenal team. You have to admire it. And that will be a big moment in this season. The belief that will give them, and psychologically what that will do to Manchester City, could be big.
Just a word on Bournemouth. They played so well. They are improving of late, but are they going to get the results they need to stay up? They're still not that far adrift, and there are other teams struggling very much around them.
There are. Bournemouth were good today in stages, especially defensively, which sounds silly when they've let in 3 goals, but there was times when they were resolute, they were resilient. But I do think they just lack that little bit of quality. I look at teams in and around them, the likes of Everton, West Ham, and I think they'll have way too much for Bournemouth. So I think Bournemouth and Southampton, I'd already say that those two are down for me, and then Leeds are the other ones I worry about. But Gary O'Neill, he'll be so disappointed. But Arsenal, I do think they deserved it in the end. Just for the character, you have to hold your hands up.
And from here, just quickly, do you see them now going on to win the title, or is there still too much fallibility for you?
I still don't see it. I just see some of the away games left. They play City, Liverpool, Newcastle away, West Ham away. I think they just got a little bit of a tougher running than Manchester City. This reminds me of 2016 when Arsenal won in the last minute at home to Leicester, and the belief then was Arsenal will go on and win the title, and they fell short that year, and I just think it will happen again.
Is it a bit different though with this young crop? Their togetherness, the belief and the quality under Mikel Arteta, very, very hard to know. Unbelievable match, a 5-goal thriller. Full time, Arsenal 3, Bournemouth 2. Further analysis to come in a moment on Premier League Live.
Previously
Start of the day against second place Manchester City, who beat Newcastle earlier. Those are just some of the stories. We'll reflect on all of that in a moment, but first of all, the wonderful Tom Rennie is your commentator, and he's got the teams for Southampton Leicester.
Well, Russell, thank you. Both of these teams had an absolute shocker in the FA Cup in midweek, both losing to lower division sides. Southampton's defeat by League Two Grimsby is probably the more damaging one for their manager, because Ruben Sellers has only just got the job. But Leicester's result, it's got to be said, was awful as well. Second best for long periods against Championship Blackburn Rovers. Southampton have lost 10 of their last 12 Premier League games and go into this match bottom of the table, and Leicester usually provide goals at least when they come to St Mary's, winning here 9-0 a couple of seasons ago, and away from home this season they have produced a league high 49 goals in their away matches. To the team, Southampton, 8 changes from Grimsby, 4 from Leeds in the last Premier League game. Bazunu in goal, back 4 of Walker-Peters, Bella Kotchap, Jan Bednarek and Ainsley Maitland-Niles. Alavia and Ward-Prowse in central midfield with Sulemana and Alcaraz on the wings. Theo Walcott supported by Shea Adams as the front two. As for Leicester City, it's 6 changes from Blackburn, 3 from the Arsenal game. The big news is that James Maddison is fit and starts and captains the team as well. So it's Ward in goal, back 4 Castagna, Face, Suter and Pereira, Dewsbury Hall and Mendy in midfield, Tete, Maddison and Barnes supporting Iheanacho up front. Jamie Vardy, just 1 Premier League goal all season, is on the bench.
Tom Rennie, Dave Kitson, your commentary team, live to the boys in 7.5 minutes time. We have just got time to round up all the 3 p.m. goals as they flew in up and down the land. Where else? On Premier League Live. Bournemouth attacking and Bournemouth scoring through Philip Billing. We've played about 10 seconds of this one and Billing has scored. Bournemouth rampaging down the right hand side, Arsenal napping, and it's been poked home for a goal that has sent shockwaves through the Emirates, shockwaves through the title race. Who would have seen that coming? Arsenal 0, Bournemouth 1.
Alphonse Areola bounces up and down on his goal line, tries to make himself as big as possible. Right-footed attempt, rifled in by Alexis McAllister, and Brighton have the lead over West Ham. Brighton back on track. West Ham back in trouble.
Catches behind, plays it square, cut out by Joachim Andersen, who backheels the ball onto his own leg and past Gaeta into Gaeta's bottom left-hand corner. Well, Andersen with a fantastic piece of skill, the like of which I don't think he can do again. It's an own goal, it's been a 1-0. Here comes the delivery towards Fofana, and this one does go in. Finally, Chelsea back on the score sheet. And it's Wesley Fofana.
Well, bends it in! It's a second goal for Bournemouth, and it's Marcus Senesi, the Argentine, his second of the season. And Bournemouth players go absolutely ballistic in the far corner. The fans are running down and leaping on them. And Bournemouth have sent even more seismic shockwaves through the title race. They're loud and proud, they want to stay up. And Arsenal's dreams of being champions of England are wavering big time. Arsenal 0, Bournemouth 2. Saka's corner on his own goal line. Neto punches it clear, only as far as Smith Rowe, and it's in! Thomas Partey has got one back. The Ghanaian's third of the season. Not the most convincing of punches. Smith Rowe reacted quickly, fired it back in. Partey says thank you very much. He's back in the team. He's back in the goals. Arsenal 1, Bournemouth 2.
It's March. They're queuing up for Brighton. Mitoma!
To Reece Nelson. Cross shots. Oh, what a save from Neto! And then it's cleared off the line, but did it go over? Did it go over the line? It has gone over the line, and it's Ben White's first Arsenal goal. What a time for the England defender. A powerful low shot from distance. Neto nearly heroically kept it out, but White's effort had enough power to get over the goal line. Arsenal come from 2 down to 2-2. This is potentially the stuff of champions. Arsenal 2, Bournemouth 2.
And Ciso from long range. Oh, fantastic save from Areola. Outstretched flying fingertips onto the crossbar.
Here's Raul Jimenez, edge of the penalty area. He shoots, punched away by Fraser Forster. Breaks foot. Adama Traore, and it's in off the crossbar, and Wolves leads. They found the way through, the all-important goal, and it's Wolves that can heap more misery on Tottenham Hotspur. As far as Nelson, can he get a shot away? Reece Nelson into the corner! Arsenal win it with the final kick of the game, and Nelson is the Gunners' hero. This is the stuff that titles are made of. Emirates Stadium goes apoplectic, the roof blows off the place. The Gunners come from 2 down. In the 98th minute, Reece Nelson stand up, he's the hero. It's Arsenal 3, Bournemouth 2. What a day, Hogan, an absolute pleasure to share it with you. It was a hell of a match.
It was, yeah, it was end to end from the first 10 seconds, brilliant, till the last 10 seconds, fantastic. So great football all round and a massive win for Arsenal.
He says with a grin on his face through gritted teeth, but no, it's been an absolute pleasure, brilliant to share it with you. Well done to Arsenal and to all the other teams that have won today. And it's now back to the bottom for Southampton, Leicester, Tom Rennie and Dave Kitson. What better team could you have to guide you through that one at St Mary's? We're there next, right here on Premier League Live.